Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Good to see you all in the chat. Hello. How many of you have baked a cake for this very special occasion? Of course, we are 2 days late for Charlie Adelson's 48th birthday. That's the third of his birthdays that he's had behind bars, but only the very first one he's had since receiving a life sentence, life without the possibility of parole. We can only assume that on the last two birthdays, he might have told himself something like, well, I'm in here now for my birthday, but by the time the next one rolls around, Dan Rashbaum will have had a chance to do his lawyer tricks, and I'll be out. Maybe dinner at Uvia, dinner at Skyline Chili. I'm thinking about a big bowl of chili at Skyline Chili for my 48th birthday. Just holding on to that good thought, maybe sushi, maybe pizza, who knows? But now all his birthdays do are mark another year on the calendar, just counting, birthday, another year, until the day he dies. Unless, of course, he gets his new trial and gets a new lawyer and does an amazing job. Imagine if he got off on his second trial, huh? How many people would be sick? I think we'd actually see, God forbid, suicides happen. Of people just not being able to deal with it. Anyway, you'll have to excuse me for a moment while my kettle boils. Oh, man, we need to get a quieter kettle. Maybe we should have a poll about the kettle. Hey, where's our decent microphone? We're not even set up. Okay, so let's get a video playing, and then we'll get the studio nice and clean. Nice and clean in the studio. Yeah, let's just play some Charlies. We're just calling them Charlies. I was just watching a bit of the Jodi Arias trial. I love that trial so much because there's great sentences in it, like Juan Martinez going, yes, remember you just told us that on June 5th, 2008, he had the eyes of a madman. Remember you just told us. And Jodi's like, I think I said crazy man. What the fuck? Oh my God. Of course, she's trying to get a new trial as well. Good luck. Okay, let's get a video playing here. Enough chatter. Share screen. And browse. Hey, where's my browse?
With everything that you fucking brought to the table, you couldn't get one. You couldn't even get them to deliberate. You couldn't even get them to. Dan was telling them what wires to listen to, what time. They didn't have to listen to the whole wire. Go to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. No. They weren't even listening. They weren't even taking notes. Like, their minds were made up. Dan was telling them to go to this wire and to play the wire and hear it for themselves at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. You know what Georgia did? She had a photocopy of the transcript.
Yeah, don't my word for it. Go to the wiretaps. 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Daniel Rashbaum took the time to adapt his presentation to the people of Tallahassee who have no attention span or the ability to listen to something for more than 1 minute. And it still didn't work.
With the words highlighted. So you could read it on the screen for yourself right there. You didn't have to go back to the jury room. Read it right now. I'll read it to you. Like, I almost feel like, you there?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost feel like Dan should have had, like, if Dan made it for a 5th grade level, he should have made it for a 3rd grade level. He should have had the photocopies with the highlighted words saying, it's not done like this. I know for a fact. But like everything they explained away.
Yeah, but they heard that. They actually heard that over and over. It's just I don't know what didn't penetrate. I don't know.
I think the case got, honestly, I think the case got dumbed down to she's showing up at the scene of the crime. You're telling me she didn't know. If she knew, then they're involved. If she wasn't showing up, okay, I could believe it maybe, but her showing up is the icing on the cake. And that's why they opened with it, and that's why they closed with it, and they even gave their simple explanation, which is she couldn't help herself. And look, 99 out of 100 times, if, you know, in a case like that, I guess it would make the most sense, except that's not what happened.
No.
But I think the jury could grasp a hold of, you know, between that and the TV, they had two things that were coincidences that you really don't have explanations for.
Yeah.
And it was and it came up the day of the murder and the day of the bump. Why is everybody talking TV talk? And the TV joke ties it all in. 1, 2, 3. And then she's showing up at the scene of the crime. I mean, I had somebody ask me that, like, a couple of years ago. It's like, did that really happen? Like, I go, trust me. Like, nobody did. Like, she showed up. They're like, man, that's like 1 in a million.
Yeah.
And I go, yep. So you mean to tell me 1 in a million you're right, the other 1 in a million you're innocent? You know, even if you say it's 1 in 10,000, now you're starting off the.
Yeah, but Charlie, it wasn't just the fact that Wendy showed up to the scene. I mean, I know you want to cling on to that and act like you played a perfect game and you only went down because your stupid sister drove to the fucking crime scene, but you did a load of stuff too. You know, I know you want to maintain that you didn't have one screw up so you can be golden boy in your mother's eye, but, you know, let's have a reality check, Charlie. You know, you fell really short, so far short of the criminal mastermind that you saw in your own head. You know, I mean, why don't we go over your evidence? Let's go over your evidence, Charlie.
The debate saying, listen, 1 in 10,000 times I'm right. All right, you want to bet I'm right on this one? You can't. When is it? You can't. Once somebody in their head says, if that's really her explanation, what are the fucking chances? That's near impossible for me to. That's what. I guarantee you, if they polled jurors, that's going to be the thing that's stuck in their head, that they knew right then and there it was either a coincidence or it was a lie. And the coincidence has to be 1 in 10,000. And maybe they're sitting there saying it's one. I'm saying 1 in 10,000. Maybe these dudes are saying it's 1 in a million. You got to be a part of it. Showing up at the, you know, they always say like an expression. It's like you showed up at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you know that expression they always they say on detective shows. What is he talking about? It's such a well-known expression, Charlie, that it's not even called an expression. That expression that they always use on those cop shows. She showed up at the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's what you shouldn't do. You should never do that, because if you do that, then you're guilty. That's what she did, so we're all guilty. It's just pathetic, Charlie. Come on.
Like they always use it in like detective movies and like.
Yeah, they always use it in those detective movies. You know, the scene of the crime.
Right, it's a lie. Like you're at the scene of it. You showed up at the scene of the crime, but she didn't know anything. Like
people start a fire and they show up to watch it. I mean, it's just done.
Yeah, people start a fire. They show up to watch the fire. Watch the fire. What accent are we doing tonight? People start a fire. They heat up their coffee near the fire.
TV forever.
It's always the. I mean, it would be like.
Speaking of Donna Adelson, guys, we have some exclusive content coming for you real soon. I don't know if we'll wait until the end of the show. I don't know if we can wait that long, but we'll share with you some exclusive Donna Adelson direct from the horse's mouth content real soon, real soon.
I mean, you know what it would be like?
It's a little old by now. We got the correspondence. I mean, it's not my correspondence. It's one of our fantastic viewers sent us in a correspondence that they have been having with the big horse in jail, the big horse in the big house. Yeah. On the 16th of October, I think, or the 14th. Yeah, which is not long after the what's his name? Morris was removed from the case, and the other one as well. And Donna is in pieces. Little tiny fragmented psychotic pieces. So look forward to that, everybody, and please do remember to leave a like on the video, subscribe, share, leave a comment.
Do you remember that mafia guy in New York, Paul Castellano?
What's the last name?
Castellano. He was shot in or out of Sparks Steakhouse in like downtown Manhattan.
Oh,
Charlie talks about this guy, Paul Castellano, as if he were a friend, right? And in his mind, they're probably right at the same level. You know, one is a dentist and one is a member of the mob.
yes. Okay.
Yeah. He went out to a steakhouse somewhere in downtown New York. I think it was Chinatown or Little Italy. Yeah. He was on Little Italy and he got shot in a steakhouse because he showed up at the scene of the crime.
It was like that's when John Gotti became like the head of the Gambino crime family. Is when Paul Castellano got shot, and they did it like.
Can you not imagine Charlie at some fucking family dinner party or something, holding fort, as Jeff Lacasse would say, boring everyone to death and trying to show off his knowledge about organized crime and say, yeah, that was way back when John Gotti became head of the Gambino crime family, and Paul Castellano, who was a steakhouse in Chinatown, got shot. 18 bullets. He had the cigar still hanging out of his mouth when they found him.
Like downtown.
He was like a brother to me. Me and Paul Castellano, he was like a brother to me, okay?
In Sparks Steakhouse. I just seen it on the news enough, that's how I know.
Wow.
But that's it was like real violent, and it was like he was either getting out of his car or walking into his car out of the steakhouse, right?
Yeah.
And that would be like saying somebody who absolutely hated Paul Castellano, like who had beef with him of some sorts, like who lived, 15 miles away, like pulling up at the scene 30 minutes later.
Well, thanks so much, Gabby V8. Yeah, we're back on the Adelson case tonight. Oh, personally, I wanted to stay away, but as long as we stay away from Wendy for a while, we should be okay. I think, Charlie's birthday was just a couple of days ago, so it's only right that we give him some time on the air. Plus, we need those numbers, guys. We need those Adelson numbers for the rest of October at least. Then we'll be moving on to bigger things, bigger, brighter things. But for now, Adelson me up. Like, share, leave a comment.
Or even like being there while this actually happened.
Right.
Like sitting in the restaurant while this happened. Like it's one of those things where you go like, okay, like this guy's this is happening. Manhattan's a big city. Okay, why the hell was this guy here? You could say, well, he was eating dinner the same night at the same restaurant. Okay, maybe. But, like, he was going someplace. He was going to a liquor store, past 4 liquor stores, took alternate routes, and ended up right there at that time. Like, that's a good story.
Yeah, it's a good story, especially when it's Paul Castellano's sister that was in on the plot to kill him. And, Paul Castellano's ex-wife. And after they were in a custody dispute, his ex-wife went to get some bullet bourbon, drove past 4 liquor stores in Manhattan, and ended up at the same restaurant. And then Paul Castellano was shot.
Like, that sets the tone for everything else. Like, that puts a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
And I've gone over this clip 1,000 times, right? And I've been thinking, is he trying to tell Donna something in a coded message? Because he goes on about this stupid story so much. And it's like, no, there is no message. The message is, Wendy screwed this up for us. And they've got me because of her. And you need to watch out because she screwed things up for us. But if you're going to blame anyone, Mom, blame your daughter, Mom. That's the only message. And he's already said that without code.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just give the crime. From your house to his house. Like, what did it say? Was it a 17-minute drive?
I think so. I think that's what they said. Yeah.
And then they put up slides to show liquor stores were like 5 minutes from her house. She's driving 17 minutes.
And Donna's in a pretty interesting position here because on the one hand, she doesn't want to talk about Wendy screwing it up for everybody because that brings law enforcement closer to Donna. On the other hand, she just wants to listen to whatever Charlie wants to talk about because she feels guilty for involving him and blah, 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 blah. You know, she's like just in this web and she can't exactly say, hey, shut up. They're listening. They're listening. Don't say anything about, the plot or our plan. Can't say that. So she's just got to kind of, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm.
I mean, I get it. I would go to CVS right by Nova.
Yeah. There's closer ones. That's where you go.
And I put that same pharmacy across the street from Nova. So I don't know why. Maybe people do that with liquor stores or pharmacies, but like, I still went to the CVS liquor store, the CVS pharmacy.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, like, what I'm just saying is, like, if I ever want to get an appeal, and listen, Dan told me this. I'm sure he told me the same thing. He said, appellate lawyers are expensive. Spend some money on the appellate lawyer, but don't look to spend a fortune because.
Yeah, that's just what you want to hear from your attorney after you've got a fucking life without parole murder conviction, is it? He's like, yeah. You can get an appellate lawyer, but look, don't spend a fortune because these things, they're hard to win. It's hard to get any change. Once that sentence comes down, that's pretty much it. Like 99.5% of the time, that's it. So you can try an appellate lawyer, maybe have a consultation, go over the case facts, but don't spend a fortune because it's probably not going to go anywhere. That's just what you want to hear. He must have turned to Dan, like after he got the murder conviction and the sentence, he must have turned to Dan and said, Dan, what are we going to do now? What's our play here, Dan? And Dan was like, well, you could get an appellate lawyer, but don't spend a fortune because, it's tough.
Hope. You got to give yourself some hope. It's going to take 1.5 years, 2 years. And maybe something will happen and maybe someone will write something about the case. Something will come forward. Then you got to get a new trial. And I
Yeah,
don't
but
want-
Charlie, the only people that can come forward are your mother and your sister or your dad. But he'll be dead. Wendy will be living it up somewhere with Julio the pool boy, letting him scrub her filter. Yeah? Julio's going to be scrubbing your sister's filter. Your dad will be dead. And your mother, well, she didn't make it much further than you. Let's be honest. She got to the airport. That's it.
what sickens me is that
About 8 days after this call, Donna was in cuffs.
not me getting a new trial like most people who are on appeal to get new trials or whatever. Nobody really knows about the case. There's no one case. Or, you pick a jury, you show up for jury duty, you don't know what the hell case you're going to get on. This would be a certain time too.
Hey, Norla Vine, are you from Sydney? I thought you were from the States. How crazy is that?
This would be what, the fourth trial based on this shit? Yeah. It would be a circus. Again, big circus. I mean, you would have to get moved into Tallahassee, but the circus will travel.
Yeah, we want a new trial, and of course we want to get a new location. We want in Oregon. Okay, I want a Portland judge, and I want Judge Everett to give me a blowjob on the way out. Okay. Anything else, Charlie?
And as well as our case was put together, you couldn't get one fucking person.
As well as our case was put together. What case was he at? No, what happened to me is Katie came around and she was distraught. She looked at me and she said, "A terrible thing has happened. I blabbed my mouth. I ran my mouth to the wrong people, and they went and they killed Professor Markel. And they said I need to come and collect $116, 522,865 cents from you today. Otherwise, they're going to kill your mother."
You didn't even get the jury to pay at any time. They had already decided. I mean, it's just
They did. Okay, I did.
oh,
They did.
They did. We know what happened. Yep, they didn't listen. They're stupid.
yeah, no, it was. As when I was being brought to court on Friday, so the black guy who was going to court with me at the same time and everything, he'd been here 3 years. He got a public defender. He had a first-degree murder charge. Then in 3 years, the guy's last name was Brown.
Yeah.
And I was in my cell. He was in his cell, and I was eating lunch. It was on Friday. And we were talking from the cell to each other for a few minutes. He was real nervous because the jury was deliberating. He would start deliberating at 11 o'clock in the morning. I came down for lunch, drove down there. I guess it was at 1 o'clock on Friday. I was like on top of the world. I was like talking, like happy, testifying. And was like telling me how great I
Yeah, this idiot, right? This idiot is so in love with himself that he's walking around the jail on the day of his, the jury are deliberating. He's walking around the jail. He's on top of the world. He's handing out apples. He's handing out soup packets, Hey, do you want an apple? Hey, Bubba, you want an apple? I'm not going to need it. I'm going home. It's sushi and steak and pizza and Skyline chili waiting for me.
did. He was telling me how great I did. Every consultant that were watching it said I did very well. He said it was the best he's seen being as far as being straightforward and like
Right.
precise, composure, like he said, you knocked it out of the park. That was his word to me. You knocked it out of the park.
Everybody said it.
I went down, I started all down. Started talking about his case. He said he's got his girlfriend, his baby mom, his ex-boyfriend. She also has a kid back in. They had words. He told them, like, if you got a problem with her, you can take it up with me. Don't talk to her anymore. You want to talk to her, you talk to me. And then the guy showed up at the house. And he said when the guy showed up at the house, he reached for a gun in his jacket. And as soon as he reached for a gun, he pulled out his gun and he shot him like 8 or 9 times. He said one of the last shot was in his head. But he shot him like 8 or 9 times. He's like, man, it's self-defense. And I'm like, well, you stand your ground. You're fine in self-defense. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, did the guy have a weapon? He's like, yeah.
Stand your ground. I swear that this rule has got more trouble. Like, it just seems. Has it ever been like permitted as a defense? Because anytime I hear it, it's when some nut job kills someone for no reason, and they say, "Well, I stood my ground. I was on ground. I stood there and I shot him, so I stood ground." I think maybe it needs some reform. Maybe a different choice of words would be better. Just the only time I've ever heard it being used is when it's being used by some idiot tough guy to like Michael Dunn. Oh, hey, do you mind turning that down, please? The music's a little loud. I can't hear myself think. And then the kids in the car are like, fuck him. And he shoots 10 rounds into their vehicle with 4 teenagers in it. I was standing my ground. Hey, thanks so much, Gabby V8, for the coffees. Very, very nice of you, Gabby. Thank you so much. And yes, please do have a look in the links for the descriptions, guys, because there's a wonderful link in there for buymeacoffee.com where you can support the channel.
And, when I shot him and all, I went back in the house, and when the police came, he didn't have a weapon on him. So he's like, so they're charging him with first-degree murder. So when I was there on Monday, I was talking to one of the officers for a few minutes when I was down in the cell waiting, talking to the bars. And they were telling me, man, like,
Honey?
8 or 9 hours. So like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, 11 in the morning. And it was charged with first-degree murder, and they acquitted him. And I'm like, all 12 jurors? He's like, yeah. I was like, all 12, because the kid felt tired and he walked out of the courthouse. He was in jail for 3 years in Leon County. And first-degree murder charge. And I was brought into the police net. This was in the morning. He was the other guy dressing ethnically, dressed in brown. And he had a public defender. Sat here for 3 years. The guy was unarmed. You know what they said? They said he shot him, and then after he shot him, he went in the house and called 911, called the police to tell him what had just happened. And then somebody from the hood must have come over and taken his gun off of him. But he had a gun when he shot him.
I've lost what he's talking about now. I have no idea. Is he still talking about Paul Castellano or what? He does this. He just loses me.
And he said he had a gun. He saw it as he was pulling it out. He goes, but when I shot him, I shot him a bunch of times, ran in the house, called the police, and someone from the hood must have come over and taken the gun. They said when the police showed up, they said there wasn't anybody standing around. There wasn't people around. Nobody didn't know that. Then that's what the cop downstairs was telling me. He said there wasn't a crowd. There's nobody around. It wasn't like, it must have been one dude that saw him fall, ran, stole his gun from him, and then kept running, and nobody saw that guy do that. So they have no witness of anyone taking a gun. He just swears that the guy was armed someone from the hood, after he fell to the ground and died, went over to the murder victim, stole his handgun from him, and the jury acquitted him.
Oh, that's right. He's talking about another case that got acquitted. Okay. Well, I believe that he's selectively looking at the circumstances and evidence. Let's switch it up, guys. Let's go to the wiretaps.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids. And my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. She wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel?
But I thought Lynn Grossman seemed like family to Wendy. Isn't that what she said in her 5-hour interview?
About the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida.
I thought.
Oh, good to know, Victoria Girl BC. Yeah. Not many people. I'm surprised, in the true crime Metrix community. I don't hear a lot of people that are familiar with the Michael Dunn case, but I think we're going to start covering that tomorrow. I'm going to spend the day kind of gathering some videos because we need to do an introduction to the case because it's a very good case. And I don't want to just jump straight into the interrogation, which is fantastic, by the way, or the trial. There's 2 trials because he was retried for the murder. On the first trial, he got found guilty of 3 counts of attempted murder, which rendered him 80 years or something, which for Michael Dunn at the time of conviction, who was 47, was effectively a life sentence. But the state decided to pursue an additional trial to clarify the murder case, which he got found guilty of and rendered a life sentence on top of the 80 years. You could say, what's the point? He was already doing 80 years and he's obviously going to die in jail. But the state thought it was necessary to have that clarification for the family of Jordan Davis, the young 17-year-old boy who was shot to death because he was playing his music too loud. Yes. And I agree. That was worth the money. And we get to see more content. Yeah, we'll probably be starting that one tomorrow. But I don't know. Maybe we should stick with the Adelson case until we can't do any more because, ratings. It's the case that has the numbers, right? We're going to break 100 people in this stream without a sweat. Okay, we start going over Michael Dunn and Ezra McCandless and the numbers go down. I don't really mind that, but it affects the money. It affects the bottom line. But you, the viewers, have a choice to sort that out right now because you can head over to buymeacoffee.com. It doesn't matter what YouTube thinks. It doesn't matter what the algorithm thinks. As long as we're getting the coffees, we're here for you every step of the way.
That would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995. So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time. But
what did you think about it all the time, Charlie? Did you think about jet skis all the time? Did you think about young Colombian prostitutes all the time? Did you think about, using people and taking what you want from them? Did you think about Skyline Chili all the time? Because look, there's a big list here of things that you'll never get to do or touch again. On them, Skyline Chili, breasts of any kind ever, jets, or what else will he never do or touch again? List, please, in the comments.
I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markell thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied?
Everybody send some love hearts to Kim in the comments, please, because she's a mess, and they think Mike might has cancer. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Kim. That's bad news, I guess. And you know, I suck at this. Lots of love to you, Kim. Our thoughts are with you from the Metrix Studio. Soap, send love to Kim. Send a lot of love to Kim and everybody else in the comments.
For relocation.
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No. I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written? Do you remember him on the look at him here. It looks like he's playing an imaginary saxophone. Baker Street, Jerry Rafferty. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Yeah, when he was on the phone with his mom, he's like, and I was so likable on the stand. Everyone said I was so personable, that my personality came through. Yes, your personality did come through. We could see it in your facial expressions, you know, and you look like a dick. You look like a privileged dick on the stand, Charlie. No one liked you. Emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, you know, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, you know, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer.
Yeah, look, guys, the power of prayer is amazing, right? It's just positive energy, basically, right? And maybe if we have enough positive energy coming from the Metrix community, we can scare that cancer away. There'll be another test and the doctor will be like, huh, that's funny. We got it wrong. He's 100% healthy. Well, have a great day. Yeah, I think that's going to happen. So keep praying, guys. Keep praying and sending positive vibes to Kim and Mike.
Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you
Man, I think that's the most packed I've ever seen the courtroom. Hey, look, there's Fancy. God. I wonder what she looks like when she smiles. Has anybody ever seen that? I'd love to know. I bet she's got a real nice smile. When are we gonna see it? Okay, I know that this probably isn't the time or place for her to smile, but someone take her to a comedy club or something and snap a pic.
Sister to relocate.
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee.
Yeah, he'd have the money, but what a pain in the ass. What do you mean you want me to commute from Miami to Tallahassee for my job that I happen to take really seriously? Not as serious as I take in care for my children. That comes first. But in Tallahassee, I can do the two of those things really well. If I've got to take a fucking plane from Miami International to Tallahassee Airport multiple times a week, not so much. That's going to be a real drag. So thanks for the money, but money isn't everything, Donna. I don't know if you are aware of that, Donna, but you can't buy happiness and you can't buy being efficient at your work. You either want to do your work or you don't. And senators commute from Miami to Tallahassee all the time because blah blah blah. Well, senators are a different thing. They don't go all the time. They don't go every day. They go for important meetings and votes and stuff like that. Public appearances, signing documents. It's not a daily thing for senators, and it's an office position, not a job, a position of office. It's not a professorship at a university where it's really important to be there.
The days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute.
Yeah, see, there you go.
To Tallahassee all the time, and that was the idea behind it.
Yeah, we actually had 3 senators at my father's 70th birthday. I met with some of them at the Paella bar, and my sister was there to translate because they didn't know how to say paella in Spanish.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that.
Kim, there's at least 15 people on here and on Discord that are going to be so happy to talk to you if you need, including myself, including Amy, including many others, I'm sure. So you're not alone, Kim. And if you ever need to reach out, you know what to do.
$1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought was made, I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked.
What was that word, Charlie? Evidently.
A lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? You know, how's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything.
Yeah, she definitely wants to move back home. Okay, is everybody ready to see something written by Donna herself from jail? Let's have a look at that. How do we do that? Okay. Can I read this whole thing in her voice? Or shall I just leave that to Roberta Glass? She does it much better than me. All right, I'm just going to read it in my voice. Hard to believe. Good morning. It was good to hear from you. In my last note to you, I expressed that it's hard for me to trust anything now in the judicial system. At that time, I had lost the lead attorney due to a waiver issue. My Tallahassee attorney, Mr. Morris, was asked by the judge if he would like to go ahead that day with trial and jury selection, which is what we were about to begin. It's like, yeah, we know, Donna. He said he would need a bit of time to regroup since he was planning to share the trial with Mr. Rashbaum. He added Mr. Commissar as an additional attorney. Then, last Friday, 3.5 weeks after removing Mr. Rashbaum, why does she do a backslash? It's / for fractions. Weirdo. Then, last Friday, 3.5 weeks after removing Mr. Rashbaum, I was informed by Mr. Morris that Judge Everett removed him and Mr. Commissar from my defense. That left me without any attorney. He said he's never heard of a judge doing something like this in 25 years of practice. So at the moment, I am in the Leon County jail without any legal representation. The 11 months that I've been here preparing for my September 17th trial has been for nothing. I have to begin all over again interviewing attorneys. Aside from wasting almost a year of my life, which is a big deal when you're a woman of my age, we have obviously paid our attorneys in full. I do not get a refund. My attorneys worked and should be paid for their time and effort. It's not their fault that the judge did this. I am heartsick that I have to begin this process all over again. I don't have the energy to do it again. I don't have any trust or faith that the judge won't do something like this again. Evidently, he doesn't need a reason. I feel as though I will be here for a very long time. I've lost all hope for a quick end to this mess. I'm caught up in an unfair system and no longer believe that the truth will ever come out. I am a person unfamiliar with this life, a woman who never got a parking ticket, but is sitting here accused of the most heinous crime imaginable. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I don't have any fight left in me. Is that it? I think that's it. That's it for now, guys. But we'll probably be hearing some more from Donna in weeks to come or days to come. We don't know. Interesting, huh? So what can we pick apart about that? I am a person unfamiliar with this life. Well, you'll get used to it, Donna. If you ever do get out, you'll probably miss it. You know. Where's my other tab? Hello. Good evening, Carrie Broke. So good to see you, Carrie. Yeah, we just read out a email from Donna Adelson, sent to us by an undisclosed source. Not me. case Fancy Fiction wants to come and give me some beef. How can you communicate with her? I didn't. It was a viewer of ours, and they sent that to me, so I'm sharing it with the group. But I would, if I had the opportunity to have a phone interview with Donna Adelson, you think I'm going to turn that down? No, I have questions. I have a lot of questions for Donna Adelson. What are we watching now? Let's go back. Any Charlie Adelson requests, guys, while we're here in the comments? I mean, we could have a look at his direct examination, his cross-examination. What else? His sentencing. We could do pre-bump calls, post-bump calls, post-conviction calls. What else is there? That's really it in terms of the categories, but there's a lot to work with. What do people want to see? What should we comment on today? Hello, Maria. Montana Maria. Montana Maria sounds like a good TV special. Montana Maria, The Adventures of Montana Maria. Or maybe a cocktail. I'll have a Montana Maria.
We could, like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is
Did you see that? Yeah, I don't think that they've let out their story in full-fledged mode yet, but his face. Did you ever talk to Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer? And Charlie's like, yes, I did. And that's exactly how this whole ugly mess got started, because she ran her mouth to a Latin king who told all the other Latin kings, and they killed Professor Markel.
And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did. And
what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home?
The reason he's telling everybody this, my parents even offered him $1 million, is because it gives him the chance to say, hey, we've got $1 million we've got $1 million to fucking hell, $1 million to blow over here, because we're rich. We're way richer than any of you, the people that I'm talking to.
And I said, yeah.
Like, he's not going to say that to someone who's got more money than him, right? Because he'd look like a complete dick. I mean, he looks like a complete dick saying it to someone with less money than him. But the sort of people he hangs around with and talks to are people who are like, oh, you've got money? That's so cool. Can I take a ride in your Ferrari? Can we go to an exclusive restaurant where they don't have the prices on the menu?
We tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She was like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Yeah, straight away she started to inquire. She showed a lot of interest in the amount, the money. She said, that's a lot of money. You got to take out a loan for that, or do you have that in that safe that I saw in your wardrobe, the one that's as big as a refrigerator that I could fit in myself? Is the money in there? What's the combination, Charlie? What's the combination?
Okay. Now let's talk about gifts general to Wendy during the divorce?
She never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you
Yes.
give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts to her divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, "What does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place?" And she said, "Actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house." So I said, "All right, fine." I said, "Go to the store up there, and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it." I said, "Buy it, and I'll give you the money."
Yeah, pick out a really nice set. I'll pay for it, but pick out a really nice set that's like $150 because I don't want to pay any more than that. Okay. So maybe something by and not I don't want to see anything Panasonic, Sony, Samsung on the bill. What's wrong with buying American? I think you need to get one made by Duke and Edwards. Yes, a Duke and Edwards television set for $150.
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, like, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanowa?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce?
So Gabby V8 says, "Is that fancy?" Yes. She does smile at some point in the trial, and then after a break, the judge talks to the attendees and tells them they can't smile and shake their heads. Okay. Well, I think God himself is preventing me from seeing her smile. Every time she smiles, I just happen to be turning away, because if I ever saw her smile, I might fall dangerously in love with her, and be crushed by the distance between us. But I do understand that it's not daylight saving time yet in the US, so we're only 4 hours away, not 5. How cool is that? It's like we've just moved a whole time zone. When the hell is daylight saving time in America? I thought it was the same day. God's sake.
Proceeding settled in July of 2013.
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy, happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your
Yeah. C. Malone says for the next trial, they should have a fancy cam that just shows her all trial. I honestly would be glued to it. God, I'm a loser. You're not a loser, C. Malone. And you're not alone, C. Malone, even though you may seem alone. Is your name actually C. Malone? Or is it a pun? Is it like seem alone? But I agree. I couldn't agree more. There should be a fancy cam permanently on her face all trial just to catch that smile. And you know what else there should be? She should be wearing a True Crime Metrix logo t-shirt. All trial, And it doesn't have to be the same one. She could have a different color each day. A hoodie, a blue jumper, a green sweater, a long sleeve t-shirt, a white hoodie. I mean, how clean is that? How clean can you be than wearing a white hoodie? June Umchenda could wear that all week and it wouldn't have one flake of dirt on it as she gets into her white BMW X5 with a cream interior, wearing the True Crime Metrix white hoodie. If I wore this hoodie, it would be dirty within 30 minutes. The dog would jump over it, straight from a muddy puddle into my arms. I'm thinking for myself to go with the red one in True Crime Metrix Authentic Red. How about that, guys? Yeah, do head on over to the True Crime Metrix merch store to get all your latest, greatest True Crime Metrix. Look at that. Judge Everett himself. Fantastic stuff.
your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and
just need 2 more people in the stream to break that 3-digit viewership tonight, guys. So hit like on the video. It brings people in. 1 more person to go. Just got to 99. Hit like on the video right now.
Was in court, giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk.
I thought he was being a jerk. He said he wanted to keep everybody happy, but my sister, she wasn't happy. And it was because of Dan.
Hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her. I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and it would be I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her.
Yeah, but that was multiple times a day that you were in the car talking to your mom, you little mama's boy.
Telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
Hey, good news, Patricia Burns. We cover both those fantastic colors, yellow and purple, on the True Crime Metrix merch store. Yeah, you have to do a little bit of digging. Not everyone likes yellow and purple, but, not everyone looks as good in those colors as you do, I'm sure, Patricia Burns. But yeah, we cater to all needs. Every color of the rainbow is on the True Crime Metrix store.
I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk to them, talk about what was going on to others?
Hey, how are you? Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie Marin. What a beautiful name, Marin. I think that might be my most favorite name in the whole world. Marin.
Yeah, I did talk a lot. And
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
one, I talked a lot,
How would it come up?
and it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me.
Of course, Nolavine, who says, Fancy did a couple of great vids waving a white flag by the smile as music track was brilliant. Of course she does great vids. She's the original, she's the OG of the case. This is her case. And we give full credit to anything Adelson related that we do. Full credit to Fancy Fiction. Go and check out her channel. Subscribe to her channel. And how's she doing? Has she got to 10K yet? Let's have a quick look. I saw her go past 9,000 subscribers not that long ago. And when you've got a channel as fantastic as Fancy Fiction's channel, it really doesn't take long to get an extra 1,000. You know, no matter how much you complain. Okay. Well, 9.45. That's good. That's good. Keep it going, Fancy. Do it for justice, babe. Oh. Shit. Where did we go?
From earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still...
This is a good one, C. Malone. C. Malone? C. Malooney. C. Malooney Tooney. Oh, hang on. We're having another coffee. Oh. Hey, can you guys hear this pouring into a cup? Does that sound nice? Yeah, who would play Fancy Fiction in the movie? I'm not that good at this game because a movie from 2004 I still count as a brand new movie. I really haven't seen many recent movies, and now there's a whole bunch of new actors that I just don't know. You know, I think the most recent actor that I came across was Bradley Cooper, but that was a long time ago, right? He's probably dead now. Yeah, I don't know who would play Fancy Fiction in the movie. Well, it's Reese Witherspoon, isn't it? Wouldn't that work? I think Reese Witherspoon would be a good place to start.
Speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same. About every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Oh, people don't like the Reese Witherspoon idea? Why not? Am I thinking of the wrong person? Let me just check this. Well, the first picture I come across with Reese Witherspoon, she's smiling a lot, so maybe it is a bad idea. Look. What are you getting here, guys? I'm not getting fancy fiction. Let's try and okay, we'll try this. Reese Witherspoon looking miserable. Well, how about Black Snake Moan? Black Snake Moan. Oh. Black Snake. Was that Reese? Yeah, here we go. This works. There. Proof. We found it. Okay. Case closed. Sorry, Fancy.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think
Yeah, Black Snake Moan rocks, Patricia Burns. What a cool movie.
she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her? Did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class. And that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it. And we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Yeah, Taryn Taryn Manning, Amy. That works quite well. Which one most looks like fancy fiction? Again, they're all smiling. Maybe this one? That could be fancy, right? What else have we got in the comments? I had a look at Scarlett Johansson, California, and oh, you're saying that to play Wendy. Oh, let's look at it again. I thought we were looking for fancy fiction, but yeah, I can see that sort of ish. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. I mean, I'm not saying that she looks like Wendy. She looks a lot nicer than Wendy, but I could see it working in a cinematized version. Holy shit, look at this. Whew. Good Lord. What else have we got? Well, while we're here, we'll get back to the video in a sec, guys. Just want to see if there's any more actor suggestions. Christina Ricci. Oh, hang on. That's who I was thinking of. Was it? I get so confused with these modern actors. Christina Ricci. I like Christina Ricci. Was she in Buffalo 66? That was cool. It's all Wednesday, though. I don't get it, man. This is Reese Witherspoon, isn't it? They look exactly the same. Okay. Yeah, I've lost track of who we're getting to Christina Ricci to play. Fancy Fiction. I guess so. Yeah, this could work, right? That could work. All right. Let me know in the comments if you think Christina Ricci is like in the top 5 of candidates to play Fancy Fiction in the film. Oh shit, I'm not sharing the tab. Fuck. This is the one. See? That's the one right there. Fancy Fiction all over. It's got to be a front runner for sure. Heather Locklear. That rings a bell. Who's that? All right. Sorry if you're not enjoying this, guys, but it's just what we're doing for a couple of minutes. Oh my God. Well, not this one. That could be Morgan Honeycutt, right? No, I don't know about this. This doesn't work for Fancy Fiction. It's nowhere near a Christina Ricci. Kirsten Bell. Man, you guys are good at the actor game. Kirsten Bell. I don't even know who that is. I think we were closer with Christina. Man, if that doesn't spell German heritage, I don't know what does. Angelica Pickles. That's not a real name, C. Malone. Come on. Victoria says Anne Heck. Heshe. Anne Heshe. Anne Heshe. God, they all look exactly the same, don't they? I think this would be Katie Cool Lady, though, right? She's got the age. She's got the pedigree age. Oh, she looks nice with the short hair. And I don't normally like short hair on girls. Or women. Females. Ladies. What else have we got? Judy Greer, early 2000s actress, looks so jawbreaker. Okay, people are liking Kirsten Bell. Kelly Riley, let's check that one out, Vivian. She probably hates being called Viv. Sorry, Viv. I've forgotten what the name was now. Kelly Riley. All of these women look exactly the same to me. It's so weird. No, I don't see that. Or maybe here. No, I think it's a cross, a tie between Christina Ricci and what else have we got? Sarah Jessica Parker. God, I never want to see her face again. I'm not even going to look that up. Sorry, Patricia. Aubrey Plaza. I'll have to check that. Another Wendy candidate. Aubrey Plaza. or Plaza. So this is for Wendy. Oh, she looks too nice. I don't want to let her play Wendy. But she could do evil, I think. That's a face that can do evil. Yeah, maybe. All right, I'm going to do 2 more, guys, and then we'll get back to the to business. Oh, so Christina Ricci was in Black Snake Moan, not Reese Witherspoon. Okay. You see, that's where I went wrong. Thanks, Patricia. Why are you the first person to point that out? Everyone else has just been letting me suffer. But Patricia and me, we're tight. We look out for each other. Oh, so Angelina is a real person. What's the last name? Angelina. I've forgotten what name it was. C. Malone. What was the Angelina person? Not Jolie. It was something else. C. Malone said it, and I thought it was a joke name because that's what C. Malone does. Is he still here? I'd scroll back, but there's too many comments. All right, we'll have a look at Nola Vian's Jennifer Lawrence. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's good. For Wendy now. What's the most evil looking picture of Jennifer Lawrence? Ooh, ice cold. All right, what's something Wendy says? Shall I take him to the hospital? Or is he scary? They could have one more picture. A rabbi should really be there. I had a whole delicious lunch. How did they get my car here? Mom, I need you to sit down. Danny has been shot. At his house. Oh. I really need you to come. I really need you to come and help me and the boys. We met in 2000 and I had just finished my residency. 4? It's 3303 Aqua Ridge Way. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's get back to some Charlie. This is his birthday show.
Okay.
So thanks for all the comments, guys.
I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Yeah, Leslie. I feel like you and I could be sisters. Do you see this as you're looking at my face? I must look awesome right now, but, you know, when I'm not in crisis, I scrub up pretty well. Hey, thanks so much, VP. I think that's you, Vivian, for the coffee, the delicious coffee. Right as we're having a coffee right now at 3 in the morning. It's crazy, these late hours. Oh my God. Anyway, just a reminder before we get back to tonight's show, guys, there is a link in the description for buymeacoffee.com, which is a great way for you to support the channel if that's something you'd like to do. If you'd like to come over to our Patreon and become a member there's a link in the description for that also, which is a fantastic place to gain membership and get fantastic benefits. What else is there? YouTube memberships are also fantastic if you're just one of those people that likes to have a little special star next to your name so you can be better than others. Like all of our fantastic members already. Look, why are some of you not members on YouTube without a star next to your name? I mean, how yesterday is that? You know, be special, be somebody, baby. Okay. Also, super chat, super like, super thanks, and super stickers are an excellent, fun way to have fun and support the channel within the YouTube player. Also, our merch store is now available with fantastic merch products coming to an address near you at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. Or our favorite way and our best way to grow the True Crime Metrics family is at buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine McDaniel. How did you first meet Catherine McDaniel?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same, she actually graduated from UCF also. Different.
Yeah, she was cute, friendly, Asian. And over time, I had learned how to recognize from a great distance women of little substance that I could easily impress with my flash lifestyle. You know, I would attract her by talking about myself and all my money and the places I go that are really exclusive. And I knew that if I did all of those things, then, you know, she would basically allow me to do whatever I like with her. And I like keeping women as pets, you know. So that was the initial attraction. And in time, that grew into something I recognized as a likely candidate to help me in my family's plot to murder the ex-husband of my sister and to tame and obtain, what is the word? And achieve our ultimate goal of bringing her and my nephews down to Miami to be exclusive, selfish, privileged fucks like myself.
time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty.
Yeah, she was extremely smart, but also very groomable. So, that was the initial attraction.
And that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, the 2 kids thing would have normally sent me running 100 miles in the opposite direction, but by the time that I learnt that, I had also become aware of her ties to the Latin kings. So I decided to look past the kid thing.
Initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also. And my life was so busy, it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids.
Patricia, I haven't seen the Hungarian film White God. I have seen the Iranian film White Balloon. There are no dogs, but there is a balloon. And you guessed it, it's white.
Kids. So she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
We've got L. Cali 92 going for pre-bump videos. I'm going to do a poll on this, actually, guys. Let's do a poll right now.
You ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
There's the polls, guys. We'll give it, say, 14 minutes. Okay. So at 20 past the hour, we will review the poll.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner. hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I'd say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning of my life. I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
No, other than she was completely single.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as defense exhibit 30. Please take a look. Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in defense exhibit 34 at this time.
Well,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
please approach.
How's that poll doing? Well, so definitely not direct examination, because that's where we are right now. So that makes sense. People are liking the idea of going for the cross. I think people just want to see Georgia. Am I right? Me too. Who wouldn't? Maybe Fancy Fictional. Cheer the fuck up. Just kidding, Fancy. Don't take it so seriously. Listen. I know that there's a distance between us, a great distance, but our hearts are one. Man, I can't wait to smash this phone with a hammer. I think I'm going to do that live on air. as soon as we get a new phone. Every time I put it on silent, it has a way of just not being on silent anymore. What is that about? It's going to be so satisfying. I was thinking about, when I get a new phone, I'll keep this one just in case as a backup, yeah? Just put it in a drawer or something. But I really want to sever its existence out of my life forever. I don't care. Smash it with a hammer. Set it on fire and throw it off a bridge. That's what we'll do, live on a stream. Who's that? Who's that blonde woman there? That's not Katie Cool. Oh, there's Patty.
As the hearsay is overruled, you
Hello,
may
sir.
continue with your exam.
You have come to say hello to your public. You say hello, public. Are you having some dinner now, sir? Eat your cookies. Eat your cookies. Good job. Or maybe you would like one of these good cookies. Hello? What's this? Ooh, that looks nice. Okay, good job.
Examination.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in.
Hey guys, there's over 100 people in the stream, but there's only been 31 votes. So if you want to have your say in what we watch next, you've got another 6 minutes to vote. Okay, I urge all of you, all 71 of you that haven't voted yet, to go into the poll and cast your votes. Don't boo, vote.
Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
There you go.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Can someone clear this up for me? Is time not written with the 24-hour clock in the States at all? Because they always have to explain this in trial. Like, you see, it's written in military time. Now it says 13, but there is no 13 on a clock, so that actually means 1. Do you agree? I mean, yeah. Don't you have digital clocks in the States?
Yeah.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, we've got an exclusive picture of our very own Anne Bedian. Bedian? Anne in a wig, our very own True Crime Metrix Anne, aka Wendy. Ah, just too damn pretty to play Wendy, Anne. Anne. You know, no way. No way. I mean, you could do evil. You could do evil for sure. But the hair's too nice as well. Wendy would kill for hair like that.
I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a neck. She was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Yeah,
Now-
I believe that. Have you seen Sigfredo Garcia? I mean, wouldn't that be great? A death match in the ring. No rules. No bell. No timeout. Sigfredo Garcia in the blue corner. Charlie Adelson in the red corner. He's going to get his ass handed to him. You know, harshly.
Why did you continue to date her after this?
2 more minutes for the vote, guys. Vote now. Vote now. Poll. What Charlie Adelson content should we watch next? What are the options? Let's review. We've got direct examination, cross-examination, pre-bump calls, or post-bump calls. What is it going to be? Take your vote.
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, you know, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. These will be
Well, I'm not even going to let him get into that. Look, we've got about 30 seconds to go to the polls. We're going to get ready. It's looking like it's going to be a strong win for cross-examination. So let's just pull it up now. Unless we get another 30 votes in for post-bump calls, it's cross-examination. The public have spoken. Do we want the whole thing?
Sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great as the guy as he is,
All right. I think we left off here before, so we'll just start from here. Don't take my word for it. 40% win for cross-examination. I'm ending the poll. The poll has ended. Let's see Georgia at work. Okay, let's do it. But should we start from the beginning or start from where we left off before? I don't know who's in the chat this time. Right. I'm not going to do a poll, but the next person who gives the command, start from the beginning or start from here. If we start from here, we can finish the whole thing. Ah, Amy. Then we'll just get to the place we were before. Okay, well, I did. All right. Okay, well, fine. Beginning.
Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
it is, yes.
All right, doctor.
Okay, now we've got conflicting. We've got 2 votes for beginning and 2 folks for start here. I was on the start here team. I think we should start from the middle. Then we can finish the whole thing. Look at him. What a place to begin from.
Being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Yeah, I read it too quick. I'm going to have to review this carefully. I'm going to take my time. Oh, I gotta have another coffee.
Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay.
Is that shark skin? Is that suit shark skin? It's shiny like a shark, yeah? God, doesn't she look like... What kind of shark would Georgia be? I'm betting tiger. Tiger shark. The toughest shark there is.
Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have? What a beautiful question, Georgia. How's he going to answer that one, Georgia? He's going to go, yes, I am seething at the mouth. I'm enraged.
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to?
By the way, on the subject of the Uvia dinner, folks, we will be releasing our own True Crime Metrix theory about what happened at the Uvia dinner, what happened to make Wendy throw up. I'm still going through all of the different witness testimonies and everything that speaks about that specific event in question so that we can look at the information and make a collective assessment idea together as one. And also, Yindra has some interesting things to say in her interview with a legal focus. So we are going to include that as well. But we will be releasing that very soon. Maybe not this week, because there's a lot to do. I've got to go through all of the witness testimonies from different years, and there's some stuff from the Jeff Lacasse interviews way back in 2014 and 2015 with Detective Ison, where it is mentioned. So I'm still collecting all the information, but look forward to that and make sure you're subscribed to the channel, because that's going to be our release of the month next month.
Eat. She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
Can you imagine what the bill is in a sushi restaurant that Charlie Adelson deems a great sushi place? I mean, just for one piece of tuna on a bit of rice with some wasabi and some pickled ginger, I bet it's $25 just for one piece, right? That has got to be an expensive restaurant. If Charlie Adelson is saying this is a great place, this is a fantastic sushi place, that has got to be expensive, right?
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She's probably, I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember?
You see, straight away, and this is part of what we're going to be covering in our video about this subject, as I just mentioned. But listen to this here.
She,
Stated.
Listen to George's question and his answer.
did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the question isn't inherently sinister or incriminating, right? Did you say something about the murder of Professor Markell just before she threw up? The framing of that question, the wording of that question, given the fact that this is only 2, 3, 4 weeks after the murder, and apparently this special occasion is because Wendy hasn't been able to leave the house and not eaten for a month, blah, 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 blah. I was finally ready to go out and eat a meal. I wanted to have dinner. I wanted to go out and have dinner, you know. Would it be so bizarre for something to be said about the murder of Markell? You know, his answer, his fairly strong answer, absolutely not, was more fitting if George's question had contained some sort of accusation within it. Did you say something about you being involved with the murder of Professor Markell just before she threw up? That has guilt sewn into the question. But George's actual question was, did you say something about the murder of Professor Markell? There's no accusation within that. So why so strongly deny it? And would it be so crazy if something had been said? Well, I can't believe Danny got killed. Do you think they'll find out who did it? You know, there could be 1,000 innocent subjects for the murder to be brought up that would not incriminate either Wendy or Charlie. So why have such strong distancing language? Absolutely not. I didn't say anything about the murder. We wouldn't talk about the murder because we had nothing to do with the murder. All right, but you agree there was a murder and it happened very recently and it's a big shocking event and your nephews now don't have a father. So, you know, it would have been a better way for him to answer that question if he'd actually not so knee-jerkedly run away from the question and hidden behind his forceful answer, but actually given it some consideration and gone, did I say something about the murder? I could have done. I might have done, yeah. I mean, we were there to celebrate the first time my sister had left the house since the murder, so it might have come up. I can't remember because as soon as she threw up, we were just trying to get her to the bathroom, and it was kind of this, you know, embarrassing. It was a very fancy restaurant, so it was kind of, you know, our attention went there. I really can't remember what was said just beforehand. You know, that would have been a better way to answer, but he goes, absolutely not. Absolutely. Let's see one more time.
Since she got
The murder.
back from Tallahassee, she was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
Oh, and his answer, like, he is not prepared for this. Mr. Prep over here is like, how's the food?
She was I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no.
And that as well. I don't feel well. Oh no. Like he's just about to catch something. Like, oh no. What is that? I mean, is that what you would say? No, if someone sat at the dinner table with you and says, I don't feel well, you would say, oh, do you need, can I get you some water? Can we get an ice water over here? Cold water and a bowl of plain white rice for my sister. She has an upset tummy. White rice, bowl, plain.
And then she threw up.
Before that.
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced.
And he's pretending not to get the subject of George's question. He's avoiding it. Like, oh, you meant I said, oh no. Idiot.
I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that.
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
He's just got the classic "who, me?" expression on his face, right? You've all seen that expression in your children, in your friends, in your husband, your wife. Who, me? No, I wouldn't do that. No.
Yeah, I said, "Oh no," and then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner.
That does not show a good amount of skill for thinking on your feet. You know, his brain just went, okay, think of something you would say at dinner. What would someone say at dinner? How's the food? I don't think they'd ordered yet, had they? Anyway, what we're going to be doing in our fantastic video about the Uvia dinner is taking this segment for sure, and other segments, all segments that talk about the Uvia dinner, along with a few other supporting facts that we've found along the way. And we're doing that to bolster our theory of what was said at the dinner. Because I'm pretty much as close to 100% sure about what was said during that dinner without being 100% sure. But it would take an extreme amount of convincing to tell me otherwise, because I have really worked it, you know. And I'm amazed that it's not a subject that gets talked about a lot. You know, everyone's talking about the Adelson case, the murder, blah, 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 blah. And everyone has these kind of weird assumptions, you know, about the Uvia dinner, about why Wendy drove down Trescott. I mean, there's some fucking stupid ideas about that. We're going to be doing another video on that, a Mythbuster video about that, because I'm sick of hearing it, these theories about Wendy driving down Trescott. But that will come later. Next week, we're going to be doing the Uvia dinner. I don't know if it's going to be next week. I kind of want to really do an actual job on it rather than just watching videos with you guys and pausing to comment. I've got to build a case because it's very important, right? Very important. But it's going to be big. It's going to be huge. It's going to be bigger than huge. It's going to be humongous. It's going to be as big as a wine bottle that Sarah Boone would buy.
If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
Just on the subject of Sarah Boone, guys, sorry to break up this video, but I had a look at this today, and there are 5, apparently. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong here or Wikipedia is wrong, but there are 5 women's prisons in Florida, and this one is a federal prison, so Sarah Boone's not going there. I think this one is a low security. Oh, no. This one? No. Oh, I can't remember. There's a federal one, a low security one. Is a prison for women located in the Ocala, Marion County, Florida, owned by and operated by the Florida. You know, basically, this is where Katie is, Lowell. And it's the main prison for women in Florida. Certainly ones that are convicted of a serious crime, like murder or second-degree murder. So it's quite likely that that is where Sarah Boone is going, into the same prison where Katie Magbanua is. Now, they do have almost 3,000 women incarcerated there, so it's quite possible that they will be in the same prison and never meet. But it's possible that they will meet, you know. And by 2 degrees of separation, we're in constant communication with Katie Magbanua as well as Donna Adelson. So, you know, we might have some facts coming about Sarah Boone from right inside the prison. soon enough. Stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel. Join our Patreon, where shitloads of this stuff gets posted. Plus, we're going to be putting our Donna letters on there as well for members, for classic, beautiful members on Patreon. So please do head over to Patreon and become a member and support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. Thank you, guys.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already
Hey, Harley D. How does everyone else pronounce Uvia? They say the J?
gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a
Lowell prison, I think, is near Tampa. Harley, I could be wrong. I could check. Where is Lowell Correctional? Marion County. Oh. Well, it's not near Tampa. Is that where it is? I'm not sure that's right. I thought it was near Tampa. But apparently it's between Ocala. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Now that I've pronounced Uvia correctly, I'm pressured to pronounce Ocala. Or is it Osala? Osala? I don't know.
great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loves.
Yeah, he's a t-shirts and jeans kind of guy, not like that crazy Professor Markel, that weirdo who would wear a tie to bed.
My sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young.
Yeah, Charlie is blind to success, guys. It's nothing to do with the fact that Dave is a multi-millionaire after selling his company. No. It's the fact that he farted on his nephews farted on him. In fact, you could get a bum off the street and bring him into the icon and just hold up a nephew to the bum and let the nephew fart on the bum, and it would be the same thing. They're equal in Charlie's eyes. He's money blind. Doesn't matter. Success blind.
Kids, they actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls, and The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me,
Thanks so much, Jill Jane, for the beautiful super sticker.
I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered
Absolutely not.
when you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond.
No,
for
that was
Wendy.
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great as the guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest thing.
Financially, you paid $138,000.
Thanks for the phonetics, Harley. I thought it would be like that, but sometimes you just never know. So what does that mean? Is that like a First Nations word? If it's pronounced like that, I bet it means like bridge or something in Seminole language.
$1,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did,
I got extorted for $330,000.
and then you paid. But you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I that cleared out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life. Yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry.
She did that so well, didn't she? I mean, it really is one of her highlights as an attorney, isn't it? She knows that Charlie has the mind of a 12-year-old boy, so she's using profanity to make him chuckle in his own murder trial. Did your mother refer to Professor Markel as an asshole and a fucker? I mean, I would laugh. If Georgia Kaufman did that to me, I would be in giggles.
Story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I'm here for, as well as securing your life sentence. That's also what I'm here for. And I'm really good at both.
What happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
I bet Charlie Adelson spells the word foul with a W.
Sorry. She used a curse word correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but I mean, listen, my mom used a curse word. She used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendy less stressed? Yeah. Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
no, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get 2.7?
$800 an hour. So that's $6,400 a day if they're doing an 8-hour day, right? Have I got that right? 8 times 8, yeah, 64. Like a chessboard, right?
$7 million in benefits for her children, plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit.
No, as far as I know, that money was.
What's that a month? If they do a full month's work, at how many working days are there a month? 22 ish. 6,400 a day times 22. 140 grand a month. No, there was no incentive.
Was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money. You keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90 something percent of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
She gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust, and my
then-
sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the?
Georgia knows how to use silences so well. All she did was be quiet and let her cheeks inflate, and it was strong. It was strong. It was like being hit by a blacksmith's hammer, that silence. Look at it.
You know more than I know.
She's got this bewildered expression as she's asking the question and then goes to silence. I mean, I'm half thinking that she could do a fantastic cross-examination without using any words at all. Just a bewildered expression followed by silence and a cheek inflation. Look.
Dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble?
That is beautiful to me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I find that so exciting. A lawyer standing there, bewildered expression, look down, silence, exhale, cheek inflation. It's like music to me. It's wonderful. It is fantastic. And I know she teaches law students at FSU in some capacity, but I really hope that she teaches them these tricks that she knows, because this isn't in the books, right? This is something you either know how to do or you don't know how to do, and it's amazing.
Right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19 of 15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure.
Okay, guys, just a little bit of trivia on Ocala. Ocala's name comes from the extinct Timucuan tribe, who called their village Ocali, commonly thought to mean big hammock. Today, many of Ocala's streets have historical Native American names, while others have Spanish names from old land grants. Interesting. So it's a big hammock place. Well, I'm all for big hammocks. Small hammocks. Any hammock is a good hammock.
Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your record,
So Harley D says Ocala has a bunch of swinger resorts. Well, you swing in a hammock, you know, so we've figured it out. You know,
the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and
yeah, let's talk about the gifts, right? And the context. You know, you broke up with June, she got nothing. She got a little something maybe at Christmas. But that was just because you probably were lonely and wanted her to come to your house, eat lobsters, work out, watch the basketball game, and shag her. Then Katie Magbanua, who extorted you, threatened your life, had these mean thugs waiting outside your house that were going to kill you and your family. So you broke up with her. But then you got closer with her because she was protecting you. So you gave her a car. What was it? $1,000 a month on the payroll, insurance for her kid on the payroll. What else was it? Trips. Yeah. Trips to the nice villa in Key West, and trips to where was it? The Dominican Republic. Where else did they go? All these trips. What else? There was more. Just cash, just odd bits of cash. Oh, it's Ethan's birthday. Here's $300. Let's talk about those gifts, Charlie.
and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment.
Ethan will be turning 18 this December, guys. Yeah. And just on a side note, what do you think that Katie Magbanua could send to her son, who is turning 18 years old this December? Well, not much. Maybe she could draw him a picture on a piece of toilet paper with a ballpoint pen. I mean, do they have crafts? She could make him a little ashtray or something. I don't know.
Payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids
did you
as a favor.
believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine Magbanua actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her something when I was dating her, put her something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. So we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed.
Hey, Tiffany, look, 34 is the new 29. Okay. Discord's easy. You just click the link and you accept the invitation. I didn't know what the fuck it was either. And when I first saw it, I was really intimidated. I was like, oh, this is so modern. This is so modern and colorful, and there are buttons. But it's pretty simple, actually. It's just a chat room. It's just like this chat, but with loads of extra stuff. But you don't need to worry about the extra stuff. And it's just a great way to stay in touch with the True Crime Metrix community. There's a ton of people in there. And I think we're seeing real lasting friendships being built within the True Crime Metrix Discord family. So, yeah, don't be intimidated, Tiffany, old lady. Yeah, Discord is fantastic. In fact, everyone in the chat right now should join the True Crime Metrix Discord, link in the description.
But that doesn't say anything about
And it's free. It's totally free.
writing checks. So
But it is invitation only. And how exclusive is that?
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
that
correct.
request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
But early January, right, Tiffany? Because you're obviously a Capricorn.
I didn't know
Definitely not an Aquarius.
when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right. So that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion,
The text was sent in June
prior to the first layer of extortion,
before I was extorted. Yeah, before I broke up with her.
and you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked. For us.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Leslie Ballinger says that Katie Cool Lady has deleted her account. I've only ever seen one of her videos, okay? So I can't really comment on... I don't really have any thoughts about Katie Cool Lady. I watched the video where she was reading a letter from a lawyer that had written to Judge Everett, and it was a particularly well-worded, eloquently written letter. And that was... I'd already read the letter, so it wasn't news to me, but I figured I'd just check out this Katie Cool Lady because everyone's talking about her, and I don't know. I didn't like... She didn't really catch my attention, so I just never looked at it again. All this stuff went down recently where someone, I think it was Paddy, sent Katie Cool Lady a gift, and Katie Cool Lady did a stream where she threw it in the trash live, which was just, I mean, I don't want to get into that, but if that's the reality of what happened, then that seems like a bit of a shitty thing to do. You know, I mean, what's your problem? If you don't want it, why don't you just throw it away, not on live? If you're going to throw it away on live and say, this is the gift that I got from this person and I'm throwing it in the trash publicly, I mean, that just seems like you're trying to hurt people, and it doesn't sound cool. No one's going to think that's cool.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No,
Yeah, that's right, Tiffany, because all Capricorns, in one way or another, look like goats. And I know you're probably going to think that's an insulting thing, but it's not, okay? Goats are actually pretty cool, you know, and they're not ugly. They're different. But you check it out. Any Capricorn you meet, man or woman, if you just squint your eyes a little bit, you will be able to morph their face into a goat. In a good way, in a good way.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she...
Yeah, I love Capricorns. Capricorns are great, Gabby. You know, they fall off the mountain, they just keep climbing.
gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't.
Loving how many Capricorns we've got in the chat tonight, guys. That's fantastic. They're all like really easygoing, just easy to get along with, decent people, you know. Unlike some other signs, but I don't want to say which. Alienate people in the chat.
Part of it, and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who are extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West?
Okay, just to confirm, Patricia Burns tells us that it wasn't Patty who sent the gift. It was one of her subscribers who sent her an owl necklace. Okay, yeah, good. I don't want to misinform anyone. Like I said, as soon as all that stuff happened, I ran a million miles in the other direction. You know, that whole, whatever it was, just instantly had the vibe of something I don't want to be anywhere near.
To go with that extortion money.
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Well, check this out. Our very own Kim Barr was a moderator for Katie at the time, and Katie was drinking wine and was trashing the lady that sent her an owl necklace that Paddy had given her at the almost trial of Donna. Okay, that's where I got Paddy's name into this situation. Yeah, drinking wine. I've heard this as well, that Katie was drinking on her streams. And, you know, I just, you know, performers, because it is the role of a performer, I suppose. You know, you shouldn't drink, like, in a performance. I mean, it just totally changes the output. I don't think that's a good idea for anybody or any performer, a musician, an actor, you know. It's or a YouTuber, you know. It's obviously going to change your behavior.
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for the, when she picked up that bag at my house, I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny. At that time, in The Wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? You know, because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what? F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for it. You're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date.
Yeah, she had a holiday emergency. full yellow alert, amber alert for a holiday emergency. So I gave her my credit card.
I had no idea who in the family she was going with, and she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago.
Who in the family she was going with? Well, who was in her family? Her, Sigfredo, and the kids. Could have been any one of them, right?
At a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid?
Oh,
for
yeah,
the
no,
trip to
I remember
Santa
that well.
Domingo. So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up.
So what's that for two people on a cruise? $5,000? I mean, where would their cruise be to? The Norwegian fjords? Alaska? Caribbean? Where would their cruise be to? Does anyone know? I think I've heard that somewhere. Can anyone remember where the cruise that Katie was going to go with her mom, where it was going to be sailing to?
Up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions
The Mediterranean?
for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car. Sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No,
No part of the breast augmentation.
not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring, can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?"
And he's laughing that it's on 420 because that's the weird thing. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a good look, Charlie. You know, you're acknowledging the 420. What is that about? Where does that originate from anyway? It used to be the time everyone would skin up. It would be like, 420, skin up.
My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it. And then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to...
So what is this about Katie Cool Lady deleting her account? Does anyone know anything else other than the account's gone? Should we look it up? What's happened?
keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it.
She's talking about what's her name? Denise Williams here and Mike Winchester, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay. I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic. And sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and find out about the
February riding shotgun.
president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad. She was with dad. Just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
What does that mean, Kim? So Fancy and Katie went silent on YouTube-only members. What does that mean? That they only speak to Patreon members or something?
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah, we
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then
Or
at
what I was
1
thinking about.
a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that might.
Yeah, Tiffany, we got to cover Denise Williams. I might do that this coming week. What day is it today? Wednesday. Maybe we'll do a Denise special on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. Got to come up with some kind of plan here, guys. There's so much cases to get through. And it's annoying because the ones I really want to do, I want to do a nice job, try and get my head round telling a story in chronological order with the content that matters the most and take out the stuff that doesn't matter. And that's like a whole job. I got to do like a week's worth of work before starting the story of Michael Dunn, because it's such a good story. And, I just think if we launch straight into the interrogation without any introduction, it's going to be like, who's this guy? And all the chat's going to be questions like, what is this? Who is this? So we've got to do an introduction. But that's okay. That's okay. I just got to find the time.
Account for the time, but she texts you, quote, I know you'll come through for me. Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing?
And don't forget, guys, if you're sitting there thinking this is a great show, this is so good to see Adelson content again, I'm so happy that True Crime Metrix is here producing this, how can I support him? How can I support him so he can do more of this? A great way to do that is to go to the description for the video, find the link for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, go to buymeacoffee.com and send us a coffee or more than one. It's up to you, but the option is there if that's something you'd like to do.
These texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip.
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
but did you go to either?
There was a memorial service here. Did
you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him, but either way, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like shot twice in the head.
I found out it would have been the next.
Yeah, Gabby, she's Filipino, but they speak Spanish in the Philippines, It's a Spanish colony.
Next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magdano has said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You can look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house.
No, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
And do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, that's what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know what, I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, I would have opened up my safe and I would have given them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, Doctor?
I mean, this was as real of a threat as you get. These guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you?
He's hoping to shock the jury there, Oh, this was as real as a threat as you get. These guys aren't messing around. They mean business. They want to give me a Colombian necktie for Christmas. Oh my God. Can you imagine the pressure that I was under? I wasn't in my right head, I tell you. I wasn't in my right head.
Did not report this after Garcia's arrest.
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How? If the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was
Queen Olive in the house.
an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and
see you later, Tiffany. Good night to you.
Yeah, for sure. You would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
Puto is a steamed rice cake in Tagalog, apparently. I looked it up. Yeah, well, my point is that even if she's Tagalog speaker, I mean, she was 7 years old when she came to the US. She grew up in Miami, in the Miami Beach area. There's a lot of Hispanic speakers around there, her friends, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Dominican Republic. It's so. I don't think she's really got much of the culture from the Philippines. She was only 7 years old, and even if she did, it's a high number of Spanish speakers in the Philippines. So there would have been that culture and influence as well. I mean, but the reason she sounds Hispanic is probably growing up in Miami in a neighborhood with a lot of Hispanic sounding dialect. I don't know. Maybe.
After me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
And I think, she was with Sigfredo for a long time, from when she was before 20 years old, I think. So I think she really liked fitting in with the kind of gangland, ghetto lifestyle, So, and talking tough. She loved to talk tough on those phone calls. It was so funny.
Oh,
But what about, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Ivanova. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
these are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you.
Well, you haven't looked like you're concerned about that until Georgia brought up the point. So why is that? Now he's like really trying to look concerned. Yes, I do actually. I am concerned. Yes, this is my concerned face now. Okay, so yes, very worried. If we could get some protective custody for my mother and my father and my sister.
You on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true?
Yeah, right in shotgun. I don't think I should have another coffee tonight. Otherwise, I'll just never get to sleep. But if you would like to send us any coffees for tomorrow, folks, buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. Thank you kindly.
That you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube.
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just it's a long story. I'd brush it off, and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money, you could tell her.
Yes, Anne-Marie Marion. It seems Charlie is definitely going to get a retrial, and there doesn't seem to be any way around that. It's a no-brainer. What happened is his lawyers have referred back to the trial court, Judge Everett's court, instead of the appellate court, and saying this is a mistrial because of this conflict. And as Carl told us, there doesn't seem to be any possible way around it other than granting him a new trial. And hasn't he already been transferred back to Leon County? What do you call it? Jail? I don't know if that's true or not. I thought I heard that, but I can't confirm that either way. You know, so Donna's been delayed for at least another year, 18 months, 2 years. Charlie is most likely getting a retrial, which will be, again, 12 to 18 months away. And all of this is an increase in the workload for George's office, which seems that it will push back Wendy's arrest, which really bothers me. Bothers me every day she's walking around out there free with Julio the pool boy cleaning her filter whenever she wants. You know, that really bothers me. I want to see her in prison, in jail, awaiting trial, on trial, convicted, life, goodbye. That's what I want to happen. And soon, you know, I think for everybody's sanity, you know, if I was Jack Campbell, I'd say enough is enough and go and get Harvey, go and get Wendy and put them all on trial together. You know, I don't understand how anyone would look at that and say, well, if we do that, it'll be unlikely to get a conviction. I think it's likely that they will all be convicted. And I think with someone like Wendy, who's the cleverest out of all of them, for sure, someone who has kept herself so insulated from the ins and outs of the plot, plausible deniability, everything like that. Even more than Harvey, who has said basically nothing. There's enough evidence to convict them all and give them all life sentences, which should happen. You know, what is the excuse? I wish they could tell us publicly. I wish they could say, hey, look, we know that they should all be arrested, but these are the reasons why we can't right now. And I haven't heard anything of value to that end, you know, nothing at all. What is the excuse? Is the excuse that we don't think we have enough evidence to convict? Well, why not? We've all been studying this case for years. And I believe that I could prosecute this case without any legal training whatsoever. I could put on George's suit, a blonde wig, and walk into that courtroom with no preparation whatsoever, and question not only the Adelsons, but every witness in the case, and convict. George's a hotshot, a great trial attorney. So what is the excuse? If I could prosecute and achieve convictions for every Adelson, you know, and not to mention what this is doing to the Markells, they were on their way flying from Toronto to Tallahassee, and you can't do that direct, so they had to change in, I guess, Atlanta. And they found out in Atlanta, well, there's no point going on to Tallahassee because the trial's been cancelled. So sorry, we couldn't let you know that 4 hours earlier when you could have just stayed in Canada. Now you're stuck in Atlanta airport drinking an $18 fruit smoothie that you bought from an over-enthusiastic pseudo-nutritionist, nutritionist, You know, would you like the purple berry detox? I'd like the purple berry detox, hold the strawberry. No. I'd like the traffic light wake me up with a shot of ginger. That'll be $18.95. You know, you're sitting on an uncomfortable airport bench. The hustle and bustle of the airport is going on. You've got to wait there for 16 hours to get a flight back to the airport where you've just come from. Meanwhile, the only thing going on in your head is how slowly the wheels of justice are turning for your only son, Dan Markel, Professor Markel, and that you might die before they're all in jail because they're like 80 years old, right? And basically, for the last 10 years, their lives have circulated around this subject. And they've had the boys grow up and become young men outside of their presence. Their only living thing that they've got left to do with their son, Professor Markel, who was stolen from them by an evil, selfish, narcissist family with I mean, if I was Phil Markel and I was 80 years old, I'd go vigilante on this. I'd go and find Wendy in Miami with an axe, chop her head off and put it on a stick. You know? I'm not joking. I would chop her head off in the street with an axe and I would put it on a stick. And when the police come to arrest me, I'll say, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll do the 2 years before I die. It's worth it. This is justice. Okay? See her head? It's on a stick. That's what I did. Okay? So, yeah, let's go. Put me in jail. Yeah. Bring me a menu. I'll take the plastic instant potatoes with a side of bologna. And that's it. Oh, and by the way, I'd like the kosher meal. Yeah, no bologna. Kosher meal. Okay? Now, is this my gym mat pillow? Good. I'm comfy. Fuck you. Her head on a stick. Publicly. I mean, I encourage him. Do that, Phil. You've only got so much time left. If Jack Campbell has got his thumb up his ass, you know. Did you hear him in that fucking interview when he said, oh, we had a lot more preparation for this trial? You know, usually we don't have headphones for every jury member, but on this occasion we did. It's that much of an important trial that we had to make special provisions for having headphones for every single jury member. And it's like, if you think about the content of that and how he put that as a fucking headline and his big excuse for, you know, doing a shit job, his big fucking excuse that he said publicly to news media, multiple news media, his big excuse was, well, usually we put 6 pairs of headphones out in the jury booth, but this time we had 12. We had 12 sets of headphones. So there was a lot of prep involved there. Yeah. We had to rewire the whole system and what the fuck? Okay, 14 pairs of headphones with the alternates. You fucking motherfucker. You listen, buddy, Jack Campbell, okay? You have been outed. You are clearly, blatantly shit at your job. You don't deserve your position. I don't know how you're keeping your position, running unopposed. I mean, why? Fucking put General Isom down there. Oppose him. Give the job to Georgia Kappelman, for fuck's sake. Get someone in there that knows what they're fucking doing. Asshole.
Tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed. They at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendy. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. Do you know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. I
Okay.
need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder? And then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence?
The first call on the wire, right? Can you imagine Patrick Sanford listening in the flower van outside the Icon? There's always a flower van with these cops that have a wire, right? There's like 3 cops, huge cups of coffee. You know, some other cop gets into the flower van with like 4 coffees, and they all open them at the same time. Is this decaf? You know, and he's listening on the wire, the very first call on the wire, and she's like, "This TV is going to be about 5." They're high-fiving each other, the cops in the flower van. The fucking flower van is shaking back and forth on the suspension with all the celebration the cops are doing in the van. I mean, you could not fuck it up worse, Donna. The very first call. And you know, you're being careful, not because you think the Latin kings have got a wiretap on your phone. That's ridiculous. You're being careful in case it's the cops. This is what I was saying on another stream. Is like, if you're going to do a murder plot with code words, you need a backup set of code words. So if the first, the planning and the execution of the plan, I know that there's an execution as well, ha 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 ha, but you know, the execution of the plan and the planning, your code words are TV, Best Buy, whatever else it was, right? As a contingency, just in case you get caught and the cops have worked out those code words, which unless you're a total fucking narcissistic psychopath, you've got to assume is possible, because, you know, the FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department, whatever you think of those guys, they have been doing this for a while, and they've got this thing called technology that they keep all secret, and they investigate crimes, especially things like murder, right? So you've got to assume that it's possible that your code words will be discovered at some point, maybe. And if you get an inkling that that happens, like if you go around your lives 2 years later and it's like, yes, we've gotten away with it, we would have been arrested by now, we're scot-free. But then there's this incident. A Latin king comes to you on the street and says, "Hi, Mrs. Adelson." Yeah. I was with Taco up in Broward, and he told me everything. Do the right thing, man. You take care of Taco like you've been taking care of. Oh, man, you know that is really hard to say. You take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudo. You try that right now. It is hard to say quickly and with an accent. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudo, man. There's a lot of k and t. It's like a drum beat, a rhythm. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudo, man. This ain't going away. Do the right thing, man. Do the right thing. He told me everything. If that happens, you need a whole set of code words that you have never used before. Things like chili pepper or box of cereal. this box of cereal is probably going to be about 5. You know, and the cops are like, what the hell are they talking about? You can't say TV, Donna. You know, you totally, and I love how they all act like, oh, that's not us getting caught. That's not us getting caught. They're making it up. They're making a code where there was no code. We know the code, Donna, and the code is TV.
Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their stock the bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And the you might not be the right Katie talk, that doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before. Her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What, I'm sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
say
it
the
true,
same
doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
I love this bit. Isn't it true, Doctor? Isn't it true, Doctor, that they weren't going to have any evidence because you were careful? You were smart. You walled yourself off, didn't you, Doctor? Oh, it's so Atticus Finch. It's just great.
If we had any part of this,
Classic lawyer.
we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
say
it
the
true,
same
doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off
I
from the
was sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if
Do
this.
you remember when Tammy Lee, the polygrapher, whatever, the one who did the lie detector for Chris Watts, she was explaining the cookie analogy, like, did you put your hand in the cookie jar? You know, that thing that they always do when they're explaining to a suspect that they've been caught. And she expanded on that a little, which was kind of refreshing because I'm sick to death of hearing that fucking cookie jar analogy. They really need something new to train these guys with, she expanded on it and said, it's like when you have your kid, 6-year-old kid, and you say, did you draw a marker on the walls? And the kid says, no. And she's like, well, you have marker on your hands and you're holding the pen and there's marker on the walls. Was this you? I can see it was you. And the kid's like, no. That's like Charlie right now, right? He's got marker on his hands and there's all drawing on the wall. And he's like, no, not me. Couldn't tell you.
This person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on.
Brian Faircloth, hello.
Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never at all.
What he's just said to the jury is that someone can steal $500,000 from me and I'll still be rich as fuck. Yeah, he's a real people person, Charlie.
Why do you go into so much?
He was so likable on the stand. He was so personable. His personality really came across. And they said, hey, this is actually a nice guy.
Detail about rental car examples. Let's start with strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right. And you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip.
God, I bet they really wish that they burnt that Prius and didn't rent a car in their own fucking name. I mean, you're a Latin king. Surely you can steal a car, right? You steal a car from Miami, you drive it to Gainesville, you ditch it, you steal another car in Gainesville, you drive that to Tallahassee, ditch it, and then you burn all the cars that you were in or something. Don't rent a fucking car with a Miami Sun Pass in your own name, the most identifiable Prius on any Tallahassee bus camera ever, and use that to be the getaway vehicle. Shoot a hole in it while you're at it. Give Luis Rivera that nice little bit of verifiable information to make his story credible. Right? Unbelievable.
Clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is like, even if, let's say, just out of my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and I go, and you're dating in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, oh, she was in my car. He sat in the car for 2 minutes, got out of the AC, and then got out of the car. It has nothing to do with you guys. Outside of that, there's no evidence. And, you know, if you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car, okay. But you can't get the proof that they were also driving that day and rented it and lent it to a friend. What if you rented a car and I asked, hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, and you go, okay, thanks. Instead of you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is, I don't have any knowledge of what evidently this person is pretending to or does.
Yeah, do hit the like button. And if you'd like to support the channel, do head over to buymeacoffee.com and support the channel there, because that is a fantastic way to support the channel. A little quiet on buymeacoffee.com tonight. Is there something we're not doing right? Should we be offering prizes on buymeacoffee.com? How do we increase the coffees? Because that is our bread and butter at the True Crime Metrix studio. Soap? Maybe you need more airtime, Soap. How about it, Soap? Oh, you're sleeping again, Soap? That's why. That's why the coffees aren't rolling in, Soap, because of you. You're fired.
I don't want someone paying for this.
Man, even his analogy doesn't make any fucking sense whatever. Basically, what he's saying is, don't worry if you hired the car, because if you hired a car and I borrowed the car for a weekend, like, how often does that happen? How often do you hire a car and not use it, and not use it enough that you can lend it out to someone for an entire weekend? And that person who borrows that car, in that very unlikely scenario anyway, borrows it, drives it to Orlando from Miami, robs a McDonald's, and then drives it back and gives it to you, and you're none the wiser about the crime that they committed in your hire car. And the cops see the car on video at the McDonald's, and they check the license plate, and they say, that's from a Hertz rental company in Miami, Florida. They go to Hertz, they say, who rented this car with this registration? It was Catherine Magbanowa. Well, we'll go to her address. Hello, Catherine Magbanowa. Did you rob a McDonald's in Orlando this weekend? She says, no, not me, no. But I did lend out my car. Do you think the cops just go, oh, okay, so it wasn't you then? No. You're probably going to be arrested and made to reveal who borrowed the car, or go down for it yourself. I mean, it's ridiculous what he's saying.
Sounds like you're saying even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
on redirect? You'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment. We're not just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis had rented a car, and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you? Because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people who killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine Magbanua on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine Magbanua that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway. They're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, "So help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit." Because
Hey, is Carl Steinbeck's brother called John?
this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him.
Well, that's cool. John Steinbeck just liked our post on Instagram. How we're playing in the big leagues now, Soap.
And to scare him.
Not that you'd know it from our pathetic coffee count, but all the same, many thanks to Vivian and Gabby tonight.
I was not
Nazis-
talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we could
No,
do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him.
Okay. I mean, what is he fucking talking about? The only way that you could stop him is kill him. He's not a crocodile. You know, what is he, Lord Voldemort? Fucking hell. The only way you could stop Sigfredo is to kill him. If he's coming, he's so dangerous. He's a million. He's like an army of 10,000 men. He's crazy. So powerful, so strong. You'd have to kill him. Fuck, he's trying to make this big impression on the jury, going, oh, this Sigfredo Garcia sounds like a real loose cannon. He must have extorted everybody.
And that's exactly.
He just doesn't. He's totally incapable of putting himself in anyone else's cheap shoes, right?
Exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
Yeah, Nazis are insane, crazy people. And when I said that it's going to be Nazi shit, I said like we're gonna yell at him really loud and make a mean face. Rrr. Like that. That's Nazi shit, you see. It was synonymous in my mind. I said we yell at him, we say no, and we make a mean face like this. What the fuck?
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying
I'm surprised he didn't go like, well, as a Jew, as an observant Jew, who eats no shellfish ever, apart from giant Maine lobsters every day, 6 lobsters at a time. I have my own bib that I take to the restaurants with a little cartoon lobster on it, and just above the lobster it says kosher style. By the way, come back to our merch shop later in the week, guys, because we're going to be launching our full range of kosher style merchandise. We're going to have a shirt for every day of the week, kosher style. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I think it's going to be a hit.
Have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap. You never disrespected him. And you mentioned that, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that.
Yeah, I like that, Jill Jane. Fit him for some proper concrete shoes, take him deep sea fishing. That would be satisfying, just be really cool about it. Like, a bit like the way Mr. Blonde tortures the cop in Reservoir Dogs, I don't really give a shit about what you know or don't know, but I'm going to torture you anyway. It's amusing to me to torture an Adelson. Just make it clear that there's nothing that they can say. You don't want anything from them other than to see them in horrific pain, and followed by, what else does he say? All you can pray for is a quick death, which you ain't gonna get. Oh, we need Michael Madsen to go to town on these guys, man. That's what they deserve.
Contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed.
How weird is that, Gabby? John Steinbeck is in the gallery and he's liked our post on Instagram. Maybe he's somewhere in the video right now. Maybe not. He's probably busy. He's a very important man. Hi, John. Good to see you, John.
Or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Okay, Garcia helped stop the second extortion. Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Captain Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do? I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things. Right?
Absolutely, because that's proven what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this, so I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken, for sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. Is she said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
Or you
these
could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Captain Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the.
Harley D is a pilot as well. Harley, did you see what we meant with looking? I don't know if you're a commercial pilot or military or Air Force or what, but as far as Judge Kranick went in the Sarah Boone trial, did you see what we meant by he looks exactly like a commercial pilot? His haircut, his speaking manner, even when he was sat on the bench up there doing his judge things, I was imagining a cockpit. You know, behind what we can see on the bench, there's a full cockpit with the dials and the levers and the buttons and the little flashing lights. So it's just, it made sense in my mind. I just thought he was going to put on these big headphones and, you know, give a service announcement to the passengers. I couldn't get away from it. But yes, we love pilots on this channel.
One of the concerns. And the other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back.
I know, Lego person, isn't it amazing that as I must have seen this cross-examination probably 10 times at least. And you'd think some of the shock would go away over time and overexposure, but every time it's like, how delusional do you have to be to come out of this thinking that you did well and you sold your story on the stand and the jury lapped it up? And you know what we don't see him doing hardly, well, not at all, not one bit, I don't think, is ever turn and answer the questions while facing the jury, like Jodi Arias does every single time. Other people, Ezra McCandless did that all the time, you know. Charlie doesn't do it once, I don't think. That's interesting.
For more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine Magbanua?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
What does that mean, rotor wing, Harley? Is that a chopper?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, that was cool. Hey, I was watching this chopper helicopter the other day, walking the dog in the park, and there was like a forest fire in the hills just across the way. And this helicopter was coming with a big bucket, dipping it in the river, like right there, right in front of me, and then going up and flying over to the where the fire was in the hills, dumping the water and coming back. But he was doing it like super quick. And just near the park, there's power lines, and it was really dramatic. He was doing all these moves, like dipping and twisting, and then coming back with this big bucket. Oh, it was great. It was amazing. Skills, man, skills.
You say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief.
Hey, did you ever fly a Huey, Harley? Or been in a Huey? I just love that sound they make. That is the sound of a helicopter, you know. Very nice.
Or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine Magbanua, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Do you want to give me dates?
Relief on the wire. You know, these stupid cops. Yeah, it's definitely the cops, but they got nothing. They're fishing, I tell you. They're fishing. Then arrest of Catherine Magbanua. Oh, shit. They're getting closer to us. We're next. What if she starts to talk? God, that must have been hilarious. I mean, just imagine the anxiety in him. And she was arrested in 2016. And Charlie wasn't arrested for almost six full years after that. Just imagine. And he knows that, like, I mean, everywhere he goes is like, is that guy a cop? That must get so old. I'd have left the country. And he was obviously convinced not to leave the country by Donna and Harvey, saying, listen, if you flee, that's what do you call it? What is it called? Oh, shit. There's a term for it. You know, you're acknowledging guilt. Admission of guilt? Oh, I can't remember. There's a specific term. That's like a guilty move, right? You're obviously guilty if you flee. And if you essentially declare that your consciousness of guilt, thank you, Lego person, that's consciousness of guilt. And if you do that we're next, and we can't flee because we're old and we live in the icon where we're really rich, and we're not going to live in fucking Israel in a sand house. So he was convinced. They were like, listen, even if you do get arrested, we're going to get Josh Dubin. He's $1 million to select the jury, and it's a sure thing. Dan Rashbaum says if we hire his buddy, where he's not getting commission, wink, you know, it's a sure thing. We'll win and we'll beat the case. You got to stay, Charlie. I'd have been gone, man. That was me. What was I saying that? I've got lost of what we were saying.
Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The
Can
wire
we
was in
agree
April.
that
She was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine Magbanua was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Yeah, I just love Huey's, man. Huey's is like it's the quintessential helicopter in my mind, like a DAC, a Dakota for a plane. Is with a Dakota and a Huey. I mean, you have all the aviation required.
Did you encourage Catherine Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I think she's coming to the close night now. You weren't you what is that close? You didn't just know a big part of this plan. You were a big part of this plan. Love it.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms and talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you
Oh,
agree?
Georgia, you are the boss. And I love how Charlie, he tried to throw something back at Georgia and she just twisted it against him. And he took a jab and he acknowledged. He might as well have clutched his chest and made an owie face. He gives a little chuckle like, oh, yeah, okay, you won that exchange. I'll do that in closing. Of course she won that exchange. She's Georgia Kaplan.
Describe my manner.
Talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms and talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying?
Does that just mean rude and arrogant? Yeah, I think at times I'm direct. Like in a restaurant, when I order a steak and send it back, I said, "This isn't medium rare. This is medium. What the hell are you doing? Where is the chef? Bring the chef to me. I'm an Adelson. Do I need to come back there and teach your chef how to cook a steak?"
Things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me.
You're untouchable.
You know, I can't remember the last time Daniel Rashbaum objected, but the question Georgia Kappelman just asked, do you think you can talk your way out of this? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Dan Rashbaum stood up to that question and said, objection, argumentative, right? That surely is an argumentative question. It's insisting on a premise that outlines his guilt. I believe that falls under an argumentative definition. Let's just hear that again.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
Okay, that's a straight question, right? There's no premise that's being pushed that assumes his guilt. It's not argumentative. Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
do you think you can talk your way out of this? That's is any legal expert in the chat? I think I've identified. You see, I'd do a better job for the defense as well. I mean, I think I could do as good a job as Georgia Kappelman. I'm not going to say I'd be better than her, of course, but I would be better than Dan Rashbaum. But I'd be curious to know if anyone in the chat believes that that is an argumentative question. Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that have gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be black.
What was that? Does anyone remember what Charlie went to the police for about Bree? I can't remember.
Mailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint, and somebody who was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more able to hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
And there we have it, folks. The completion of the Charlie Adelson cross-examination by the wonderful Georgia Kappelman. No further questions. No further questions. So, 90 seconds to go. Well, I guess we'll just say we'll try and keep up with the Adelson content, at least for the rest of the month. So that's tomorrow and Thursday. Hey, when is daylight saving time happening in the US? Because I need to know, because I post the live streams in Eastern Standard Time. And today I got it wrong. So what is that, on a certain date, or like the third Sunday of the month, or what? When do the clocks change in the States? Sunday. Okay. Good. Thank you, Lego. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, please, anyone on Discord, send us requests or suggestions for Adelson content the rest of the week. I was thinking about doing the whole of Katie Magbanower's second trial, because as far as I'm concerned, of all the trials that we've seen so far, Katie Garcia, Magbanower Garcia joint trial, Katie 2, and Charlie's trial, Katie 2 was the most comprehensive story to follow. Garcia's trial was a little bit all over the place. Yes, there was some good witnesses that we only saw in that trial, Shadrach Nobles, for example, who fill us in with important pieces. And Charlie's trial was just a bit of a shit show, in my opinion, because mainly because of Dan Rashbaum and the subject of the defense being so bizarre and poor. Katie 2, I think, is the most comprehensive story that we've seen so far of the Dan Markel murder. So I was thinking about just going day 1, part 1, working it through, you know. Plus, we see a lot of Christopher DeCoste, which is nice. We see Sarah Dugan act like a fucking pit bull on Katie, which is good. And it's my favorite judge of all of the 3 judges so far. It's Robert Wheeler, who I think is a fantastic, just cool hands Luke of a judge, man. He's so laid back. I love Judge Everett. And I'm kind of pretty much, you know, I like what's his name? Henriksen. Yeah, I like him, but I'm not totally like excited by him. I really like Judge Wheeler, love Judge Everett, but I think of all 3, Wheeler's my favorite. So there's that as well. But we hear a lot of Katie's work history. We hear from the owner manager of Club Fate. I never know if it's Faith or Fate. I think it's Faith, but I'm not 100%. Whatever it is. But if anyone's got special requests, please join the Discord or get in touch with us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. For suggestions, requests, you know, we want to do what people want, and you know, get those numbers, get those Adelson numbers. We need to build up the numbers before we go into other cases, because you know, sadly there's just less numbers on other cases. It's still Adelson that brings in the bacon, or the coffee bacon, you know. And the YouTube bacon, all the bacon. Fantastic bacon. Yeah. So I guess we should go. It's like almost 6 a.m. Oh, that's pretty late over there too. Anyway, we will say good night, folks. Until next time, be kind to each other. Don't be an Adelson. Have a safe drive home and a fantastic Wednesday morning. True Crime Metrix says good night. Bye.